morning, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order at 9:08 a.m. this morning. In the true spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge all those who call this land home now and for thousands of years in the past. May we respect each other and find understanding together and recognize the benefits that this land provides to all of us. Before you, you have a proposed agenda. Just a few notes. We do have one councillor joining us virtually this morning, Councillor Sayers. Mark, please feel free to reach out at any point in time, stop us, anything like that. Councillor Ankerman had a holiday booked before he decided to run for council, so Tony is enjoying some time with his family, so travel safe, Tony. And other than that, I don't believe I have any other notes other than to jump right in. We do have a big agenda today, largely a lot of procedural items with a number of bylaws that we just need to get tied up. So with that, you have a proposed agenda. Are there any amendments, proposed additions, deletions to the agenda as presented? Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd make a motion to adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin has motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Adoption of the minutes. Before you, you have the County Council meeting minutes of November 6, 2025. Are there any errors, omissions, any issues arising from the minutes? John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to adopt the minutes as presented.
Thank you, John. John has moved to adopt the minutes of the November 6, 2025 County Council meeting as presented. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We do have our one delegation today right off the get-go. So I'll move down to item D. We have RCMP Sergeant Sean Dutch here for our quarterly RCMP report. Good morning, Sergeant Dutch. How are you today?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. I'm Sergeant Sean Dutch with the Coaldale Pitcher Butte Detachment, the acting detachment commander for the interim. I would just like to announce too that the new Staff Sergeant Malcolm Callahoo, he's anticipating to be arriving probably realistically in the next 2 or 3 months. He just got his transfer notification and his house is now on the market. He's going to be moving from Leduc. So I'll be quite happy to get him on the ground when he gets here. Thank you for giving me the time to speak about the provincial policing report. I understand you have a large agenda today, so I'll try to keep it brief. If we could just move to the provincial policing report straight away there. So our community priorities remain the same for the second quarter. Those are selected at the beginning of the year, and they will remain the same until they're revisited prior to April, our new fiscal year. So as far as the traffic safety, motor vehicle, we continue to do initiatives. As you all know, this time of year, impaired driving is a priority for us, so you'll see more check stops in the rural. You'll see more police visibility. We have some scheduled traffic enforcement initiatives going on, so there'll definitely be an increase in that over the holidays. Police community relations visibility. We've attended a lot of parades, school visits, just some general community events throughout the rural communities for the previous 3 months as well, which is reflected in the report. Our intelligence and crime-led policing, I just wanted to touch on some of the initiatives that we've been doing with that. We continue to work with our crime analyst, which we've had some great results with. That's Paul Lankin. He's a fantastic civilian member. He's been doing a lot of great work with us. We've been working with the Lethbridge Police Service high-risk offender. We have monthly meetings with them, and because their people are also similar people in the rural areas that are causing a lot of the same problems. We've been working closely with the Lethbridge Correctional Center. We've been doing some information sharing regarding release of offenders, high-risk offenders, so that we can monitor them either through ankle bracelet monitoring or just offender checks, just to be keeping an eye on them since they are the highest percentage of offenders. And we've also been doing our crime reduction intel sharing, and we have a youth high-risk committee. I believe that meets monthly. One of our corporals meets with that, and it's along the same vein as that we try to get those people on track and get them some resources, whether through probations or other entities that to assist them. We did have our Lethbridge Correctional Center tabletop exercise. That was a partnership that we did just for just emergency management sort of a situation where we partnered with them in the rural. Sorry, just move right down. So for our provincial service composition, we still have 2 hard vacancies at this time. We were going to be getting a member from Grand Prairie. She's on maternity leave right now. She's going to be filling one of our bilingual positions. We've also have a corporal that is just going to be leaving, and we're looking at replacing him right away. That paperwork has already been sent off. And we have one member coming in from the Diamond Valley area. He also has a house to sell, so we do anticipate those hard vacancies will be filled in short order. And we also have one detachment administrative employee that we're just waiting to replace her. That position will be posted as a supervisory position. We're just in the process of working on that right now to get that position filled as well. And lastly, I'll just move over to the statistics. I won't spend too much time on the statistics. I know unless there's any pressing questions, I'll just kind of hit some of the highlights there. So for our Mental Health Act side of things, we've had in the last quarter, this quarter compared to last quarter, we've had a 30% reduction in mental health calls for service. So that's helpful. Our property damage motor vehicle percentage is also down 33%. That might change after this past week. Those numbers might go up with all the snow that we've been having there. The roadside suspensions in relation to alcohol impaired driving enforcement, that is also down 50%. One of the higher numbers that flagged for me was the under common police activities. We saw approximately a 400% increase in persons reported missing, but once again, that number goes from 1 to 5, so it doesn't really take a lot to increase those numbers when the numbers are generally low to begin with. It kind of skews the stats a bit. And unfortunately, the spousal abuse has an increase of 47%, which is a little bit concerning. But once again, the numbers are generally pretty low that cause that number to seem a bit higher. And I think we were showing a 27% reduction in person crimes overall. Property crimes were showing down by 21%. And our total other criminal code statistics were showing us down by 30%. Those are mainly like disturbing the peace, breaches, fail to comply with conditions, so on and so forth. And I'm not sure if I reported at the last quarterly meeting, but we do have a second police dog service member working in our detachment now. So we have a complement of 2, which is very helpful, and they're very busy and a great asset for all the communities. They serve a very large area, and they do some very good work. So we're quite happy. I've never had 2 in the same detachment before, but they're definitely being utilized. So, is there any questions? Anything I didn't cover that anybody would like some clarity on?
Any questions from council? Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wondering, under thefts under over $5,000, is it because people aren't reporting them? You hear a lot of talk about them going on, but are they just not reporting them to you, or?
I think the statistics show that there is a lot of under-reporting for a lot of those things, the frauds particularly, and we hear it all the time in the news, and that there's been a general uptick, and unfortunately we do get quite a few of those files. I sort of see them a bit more in the Coaldale side of things than the rural, so I'm not really sure on the reporting, but there definitely has been an increase in it, unfortunately. The quality of the phishing and the fraudulent activity has gone up. They just keep getting better, unfortunately. So that we have seen those numbers go up quite a bit.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for your time today. We appreciate you coming in, and thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. We can move down in our agenda. Item E, subdivision applications. We have 3 subdivision applications today. Start at number 1, subdivision application 2025-0-133, Slingerland, Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 0811894, within the southeast quarter of 281022 west of the 4. Morning, Kaylin. Morning, Steve.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Council. So this is one of 3 applications that we have to present to Council today, acting as the subdivision authority. So subdivision 250133 for Slingerland is on Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 0811894. It's within the southeast 281022 west of the 4th meridian. It's located 2 miles north of Park Lake Provincial Park and 3 miles west of Shaughnessy, which I'll just pull up the map for you guys. Here it is. So the application is for 5.3 acres of existing farmland to be subdivided from a 78 acre ag title, and then consolidating the remainder 73 acre ag title to the adjacent parcel. So there only actually ends up to be resulting 2 titles in the quarter section. And so I'll pass it on to Steve for the planning recommendations.
Good morning. So this first application in front of you is to enable a separate title for a yard and consolidate the agricultural land back together for the 2 titles in the quarter section. As described, and as you can see in the image on the screen there, that the west half of the quarter section title contains the farmyard there in the southwest corner along the road, and the east half is undeveloped, just agricultural land. So the applicant is intending to take out the yard and reassemble those 2 halves back into the parent agricultural title for the quarter section, and put the cultivated agricultural land together, which is all under one irrigation pivot. So the yard itself, at this size, does comply with the bylaw. The applicant is including a little bit, or wants to, on the west side of some of undeveloped land there into the yard. The area that's outside is an irrigation pivot there, and a little bit more poor quality land, which would comprise that 5.38 acre area for the yard. He also has access and approach at the very west side along the quarter section line. So he's proposing to leave a 10-meter strip there for access, continued access into the agro portion in behind to the north. Alternatively, that could be incorporated into the yard and easement registered over top as well, if a preference is to square it off to the quarter line. But in looking at the application, there are some confined feeding operations in the area. In looking at the permit numbers and confirming those with the NRCB, and looking at the applicable minimum distance separation, his application to take the yard out does meet or exceed any of the applicable minimum distance separation calculations. So the application is good on that part. During the referrals, there was no objections or concerns received on the application. Since the package came out to you, we have heard from a couple other referral agencies, the LNID and ACO. Neither one has any objections or concerns with the application. So overall, the application with the consolidation does conform to the county subdivision policies. This is under the reconfiguration titles policy. The applicant starts with 2 titles, he'll end up with 2 in the end, so there won't be an additional title created out of the quarter section. So on that basis, the recommendation in front of you is to approve the application with the 5 conditions outlined there on the draft resolution. And those include that taxes paid up to date, that a development agreement is entered into if the county requires it. The 3rd condition deals with the consolidation that has to be done by a plan of survey by a Alberta land surveyor. to register at land titles. And the fourth is that he has to submit, based on your approval here, final plan of survey that matches the approval. And then the fifth condition just dealt with any easement requests by the utility companies. So with it conforming to the subdivision criteria, the recommendation is to approve with those 5 conditions presented in front of you.
Thank you very much, Steve. I'll open up to council. John, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're basically taking 2 parcels and just doing a land reconfiguration on this, and they're amalgamating the larger parcel back into the main quarter. It looks like it was subdivided out in 2008. And if I'm correct on that.
That's correct.
Yeah. So that being said, it looks like a fairly straightforward situation. I'd like to move that subdivision application 2025-0-133 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation that, to lose your spot. Subdivision application 2025-0-133 be approved subject to the conditions outlined in the draft resolution. Is there any further discussion? If not, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Move down on our agenda, subdivision application 2025-0-137 to Wilde, west half of 31123 West 4. Caitlin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So the second subdivision application is 2025-0-137. It's within the southwest 31123 west of the 4th. It is a quarter-mile west of the town of Nobleford. There it is. And just a half-mile east of Highway 23 and 519 intersection. So the application is requesting to reconfigure ag land. It's really amalgamating the cultivated land into one parcel, and then the remaining is grassland, which would be the other parcels. So there's the resulting titles would be 128 acres of cultivated and 93 acres of grassland. And with that, I will pass it over to Steve for recommendations.
And this next application in front of you as well is a reconfiguration of 2 existing titles. So basically, one's getting bigger, one's getting smaller, just arranging the agricultural land between the 2. The purpose is to amalgamate the similar cultivated cropland and separate the grassland, which is in that southeast portion, and the yard is in that portion as well. That area is fenced off and is fenced and separate from the cultivated land. So they're basically following that fence line on there for that separation. This land and the location, it is within the intermunicipal development plan boundary with the town of Nobleford. Based on that plan, it does allow for these type of agricultural reconfigurations that the county can consider and approve with no special requirements. Just your typical agricultural subdivision policies apply. This area is flagged, identified in the IDP as a future commercial industrial area for the county, but to do additional subdivision and for that type of use, and if they're to look at multi-lot subdivision, that sort of thing, would have to prepare an area structure plan and that sort of thing, some pre-planning work done to do anything more. But this type of application, the agricultural parcel sizes exceed your 80-acre parcel size, and doing the reconfiguration with no additional titles does conform to the IDP policies. So as part of the review of this application, there is an existing access for that southwest to 31123 directly to Highway 519 along the east boundary, and that will be associated with the 93.188 acre parcel. There's an undeveloped municipal road allowance along the west boundary of both quarter sections that currently has an approach to Highway 519 that may provide access to the reconfigured 224.25 acre larger agricultural title. As part of the referrals here, it was sent out to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, who did respond that they had no concerns, no service road dedication, anything that is needed at this time, and they granted a variance so that the county may grant an approval on this application. I will note that as of today, the town of Nobleford has not yet responded. The application was sent to them as part of the IDP referral process. So, as well, looking at this, one of the things is that some of the land in this area is flagged by the province for potential historic resources of a Category 5A. It's archaeological. We did get the response back from Historical Resources, and based on what they're doing here for the agriculture reconfiguration, they have no concerns, and the applicant does not have to submit a historic resource application. So on that, there were no objections or concerns received on the application. As of today, none of the utility companies have, the ones that responded, requested a utility easement. So on that basis, and on the reasoning that this does conform with your agricultural subdivision policies and the reconfiguration titles policy, the recommendation is to approve the application as presented, and that would be on the conditions there in front of you, that the taxes paid up to date, a development agreement entered into if required, and the county can look at that west access and approach to see if that's suitable. The titles of land have to be done by a plan of survey by Alberta surveyor, so it can't be re-subdivided without coming back to you as the subdivision authority. And then the fourth condition just spoke to any easements that may be required by the utility companies. So if those four conditions, the recommendation is to approve the application that's applied for.
Thank you, Steve. I'd open up to council for any discussion, questions. Kevin, then Lauren. Good, Lauren.
Thank you. I was just wondering, on the diagram, are there two houses on the smaller piece coming up then?
Yeah, yep, in that yard up there, there are two houses in the yard, yeah. A newer one and an older house are on there.
And then for future subdivision, just the bigger one would be allowed to be subdivided? Not the smaller one, right?
Well,
Lot
Mr.
one,
Chair,
Title one.
yeah, well, it'll depend on, I guess, what their intent is and what they come back for. Like I said, in the IDP, this area is identified that they could do something different other than residential, so it, we'd have to largely look at the future if they came back, if they're intending to separate that or do something different, and it, at that point, might have to go through rezoning or some additional planning work done for any additional subdivision based on the IDP policies.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Sorry, is that for both parcels?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that subdivision application 20250-137 be approved subject to conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin has moved the subdivision application 2025-0-137 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. We are seeing your vote, Mark. Our third and final subdivision application for today, item 3, subdivision application 2025-0-150, Klok in Lot 1, Block 2, Plan 1511177 within the northeast quarter 29 and southeast quarter of 321023 west of the 4. Caitlin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So subdivision 2025-0-150 is on Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 151-1177. It's within the northeast quarter 29 and southeast quarter 32, 10, 23, west of the 4th. So in terms of location, I'll scroll here. So it is east of Highway 23 and just 1 mile southwest of the town of Nobleford. The proposed application is for a 9.5 acre yard site with a remaining agricultural title of 158 acres. I will pass it on to Steve for the planning recommendations.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this application in front of you has a bit of unique circumstances. So I'll try to walk you through that. It's back in 2015, Lauren, I don't know if remembers at the time this application, but this one has a little bit of a background history to it, so and which is kind of the reason that there's a recommendation of a refusal in front of you that we'll try to go through to explain. So the application is to subdivide a portion of an established yard at the north end of the parent agricultural title. This yard has been developed within the last 10 years, and it currently contains a dwelling. There's a large shop on there, some chicken coops, 2 dugouts. The yard's set back a little bit west of that east road, the old highway road, Range Road 23-4. The applicant back in 2015 made a similar type of application to the county and to the Subdivision Authority. At that time, it was a little bit larger. It extended all the way across the quarter section line at over 12 acres, but they applied to take out, which is technically from the southeast of 321023, a vacant title for a yard. So I tried to put some pictures together here just to try to explain, because as you can see what Kaylin has on right there on the color drawings I did for you, if you look at the quarter section lines to the east and west there, you can see that that one's bumped out. And that's because that subdivision line between the 2 quarters was adjusted. So back in 2015, when they applied to take out a vacant parcel, which is technically would have been from the southeast of 321023, the north quarter, the council of the day, acting as a subdivision authority, did not approve that, and they refused that application on the basis that there's already a subdivided yard, as you can see in the blue there, a little square box along the road, and they deemed that to be the subdivision of the quarter section, and the policies didn't allow a second country residential subdivision acreage yard to come out of the quarter section. So the landowner at the time offered to consolidate that portion to the south northeast of 291023 and consolidate together, so it wouldn't be a standalone title. But the subdivision authority of the day said no, they refused it on the basis that they saw that was just a way to circumvent the policies in order to try to get that title out. So back in 2015, they refused the application and said it couldn't be subdivided. So the applicant did appeal that to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board. At the appeal hearing, the applicant did present to the board that the intent purpose for that was for agricultural, so he could expand the pivot on the northeast of 29 and consolidate there for agricultural use. Upon a review of the minutes of that appeal hearing and the appeal board decision, the appeal board did approve, so they overturned the county subdivision authority decision on the appeal on the basis that it was for agricultural purposes and that it would be added to the agricultural land for the pivot to be under, so they granted the appeal. So subsequent to that, the applicant did develop a yard on there. That's established, as you see, what they've applied for now, just a little bit smaller. So these last images Kaylin's bringing up here, it kind of shows you, the top one is what they've applied to take out in the dashed line there, that yard. And the bottom one's showing that if we go back to 2015 the way it was, that's basically what they applied for earlier, which would be coming out of the southeast of 32, that. So coming around over the 10 years is kind of back to what they originally were trying to apply for in a sense. So, so that hopefully makes sense, but that's kind of the history of this application in front of you. The applicant, when he applied for the subdivision, was aware of the situation and that there could be the potential that the current subdivision authority with the application he has in front of you may not be approved. He decided to apply anyways, because if you decide not to approve it, he indicated that he will then try to appeal it. The circumstances are different this time on an appeal than they were in 2015. In 2015, the decision went to the local, your Lethbridge County Subdivision Development Appeal Board. And now, 10 years later, on this application, that has changed. And in this case, if he appeals, it actually will go to the province, to the Land and Property Rights Tribunal. And that's just due to some changes that the province made about 6 years ago or so on the appeals, and they expanded kind of the scope of the Land and Property Rights Tribunal when it went from the MGB over to Lappert, and what affects appeals on subdivision and development. So this one with the Highway 23 and with the pipeline running through and that sort of thing, the province actually has jurisdiction on appeal now rather than your local appeal board did 10 years ago. So just so you're aware of that, it would be a different appeal body. So in looking at the application, overall, it does not meet the intent of the subdivision policies of your current land use bylaw 24-007, as the 9.54 acre title would essentially be an additional separate subdivision out of the quarter section had the land and titles not previously been reconfigured. It's the same basically area land that was previously looked at. So on that basis, the subdivision authority could refuse the application. So on the draft of the refusal in front of you, for a refusal, it does state that that the application would be refused for the following reasons. First would be that the subdivision authority has determined that the two adjacent quarter sections have been previously subdivided and reconfigured in 2015 to accommodate the landowner, as a separate yard title is in the southeast quarter of 32-10-23 west of 4, which made the quarter sections ineligible to be further subdivided to create another country residential yard title. And second, the subdivision is viewed to be a way to circumvent the subdivision policies. A similar proposal, but for vacant land, was refused by the Lethbridge County Subdivision Authority in 2014. So actually, the county's decision was at the end. It was like in December 2014, and the appeal went in the new year, in January there, 2015, to the appeal board. The parent agricultural title was enlarged in 2015 on an appeal to Subdivision Development Appeal Board. The appeal decision allowed subdividing quarter section to the north, the southeast is 32-10-23 west of 4th, and consolidating the 12.44 acres of land to the quarter section to the south, which is the subject land. The SDB overturned the refusal on the reasoning that the board accepted that with the consolidation, the applicant intended the 12.44 acres was to be irrigated and used for agricultural purposes. However, the yard was subsequently developed, which is the subject of the latest submitted application. So on a refusal, those would be some rationale for granting a refusal on the application. Now, during the circulation of this application, it is noted that there were no concerns or objections received on the application. On the original application, the owners of that yard, that Title II shown there, did object to the application. They didn't respond to this referral. The Alberta Transportation, because it's along Highway 23 there, has granted a waiver and has no concerns with the application. So on this application, an alternative would be the subdivision authority could decide to approve the application and make a determination the proposal is similar to a subdivision that could be allowed out of the Northeast 291023 on the basis the yard is established. I guess the downside of that is that that approval contradicts the subdivision authority's previous decision and could be perceived as a way to circumvent the subdivision policies over time by somebody delaying something coming back 10 years later through the back door, so to speak, to what was originally refused the first time. So, so on that, hopefully that all makes some sense. If not, I'll try to explain more, but on the basis of the history and the two core sections, how they've been configured, the recommendation in front of you is for refusal, which don't bring too often, but we try to weed those out ahead of time before they get to you, but on this case, the applicant wanted to pursue it, so.
Thank you, Steve. In your comments, you mentioned the holder of the Title II, they did oppose, sorry, or?
Yeah, that Title II, that blue yard, back in 2015, when they applied to try to, which got turned down by the Lethbridge County Subdivision, sorry, they did object to that subdivision coming out for two reasons. One is because they had the acreage already and didn't think it was fair, and other acreage was coming out based on the county policies, but also they were the original agricultural operators of that quarter section. It was in their family, and they didn't think that land should be taken out of agricultural production and a yard put there. They thought it should remain under agriculture.
Thank you. I'd open it up to council for questions, comments. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to beg a little bit of indulgence on this because I would actually like to speak in favor of this, and I'd like to sort of run through or in favor of actually allowing the subdivision to go through, and I'd like to just kind of run through my reasoning behind this. When our agenda came out, I spent a considerable amount of time looking through this and trying to assess the situation from the basis of not looking at things in the past and what happened, and just looking at taking the subdivision as it is now, from the thought process of if this had changed hands and there was another owner that was looking to do this, the previous baggage probably should not apply, and decisions that were made in the past, you know, we all run into circumstances and situations that were done prior that maybe we don't agree with, but they're done and we need to sort of accept that and move on. In this situation, if we didn't have this prior refusal by the county and then subsequent overturn by the appeal board, taking this on its microcosm as its own, if we were taking a 10-acre parcel out of an existing parcel of land, this would fit the normal subdivision protocol, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Hey, Mr. Chair, are you with that line adjustment happening between the quarter sections or without? Because without, if it was all coming out of the Northeast 29, it certainly would.
Okay.
With the line adjustment, with that moving over, if they came later, then it is discretionary to the subdivision authority where you deem it meets the intent of reestablished kind of quarter
Okay,
type of
fair enough,
thing.
and
Yeah.
I'll get to
Yeah.
that. When I look at our land use bylaws, 8.51A and B are the applicable about taking out an acreage out of the subdivision, and aside from the reconfiguration of the line, I looked at it from the standpoint of the reconfiguration of the line happened 10 years ago, and I looked at it from the standpoint of, does this actually meet our definition of a previous subdivision? And in our definitions, in our land use bylaw, it says the definition of a subdivision in our land use bylaw states, it means the division of a parcel of land by an instrument. Now, this is where things get a little bit picky and technical, and I apologize. Like I said, I looked at this tried to look at this from a completely objective lens. A division is not defined in our land use bylaw, so I went to Oxford Dictionary, and division is defined by Oxford Dictionary to separate into parts, okay? So for this particular parcel of land, the property adjustment didn't actually divide this land into parts. It actually expanded the property. I think my thought process would be different if they were trying to take this out of the smaller parcel, because the adjustment of the property, the reconfiguration of the property line then did divide that. But this particular title, the previous decision actually expanded it, so therefore it really didn't divide it off. And I know that we need to use the subdivision authority and the word subdivision when we're doing a property line adjustment, but I think that it's very important from us to look at it from the lens of, you know, what is actually happening with this. So, you know, my reason for speaking in favor of this is simply because in 10 years, situations can change, and for us to speculate the motivation of the current applicant, whether he had thought 10 years ago that I'm just going to do this and I'm going to wait 10 years and take another kick at the cat, that's highly possible, but that's speculative on our part, and I don't think that us as a subdivision authority, it's in our purview to speculate what his motivations were back in 10 years. It's quite possible 10 years ago when he appealed it, it was to maintain it as agriculture, and then things change. In 10 years, a lot of things can happen. But looking at this strictly from the standpoint of what we're dealing with right now, I believe that this meets our criteria and that we should approve it.
Through Mr. Chairman, to Councillor Curvis. So if we take the objective approach of looking forward on this application, taking the farmyard out from a quarter section perspective is a title to the southeast quarter. So if we look forward and think, well, the subdivision authority might get another application, the rules for subdivision are on a quarter section perspective. So the northeast section, quarter section, technically does not have a yard site out of it. So somebody could come 10 years down the line again and take another yard site out. So our quarter section rules exist as a subdivision criteria for conservation of ag land, and I just want to throw that out for a thought, because this can continue to happen because of the line being moved up.
John, you can follow up, and then I'm going to go to Mark.
Yeah, fair enough, thanks. But the land use bylaw that quarter doesn't actually exist anymore because there was a reconfiguration of the property line. So they're taking it out of what is the northeast. You're right, there isn't one in there right now. So taking one out, then that would stall that process. That would mean that's the one that came out of that quarter section. So there'd be one out of the southeast 32 and one out of the northeast of 29, which is sort of my reasoning behind this. Is that yes, they did the property line adjustment, and on the surface, does it look like they were potentially trying to subvert it? Highly possible, but does it meet the intent of our land use bylaw as it's written? I believe that it does. So, and I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, John. Mark? Just 1 sec, Mark. We gotta get your volume on.
It's not us, it's you, Mark.
Mark, you got your volume on.
You got your volume up, Mark? Still can't hear you, Mark. Can you turn your, yeah, you're muted, Mark. It says right on your thing that you're muted.
I can't unmute.
Yeah, you'll have to do it on your end, Mark.
I think it's your mic, Mark, it's not working.
Mark, you have to unmute yourself.
Nuclear in the 21st century.
Sorry, Mark, there still must be something going on. I can see your lips moving.
You have to unmute yourself. You're showing muted on our end. No, we can't hear you. No, it's still showing muted.
How about we're at 9:55. Why don't we take a short 10-minute, we'll take our recess now and we'll get this sorted out, Mark, and come back in 10 minutes. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order at 10:06 a.m. And Mark, we have you on phone. Give her.
Go ahead, Mark.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, I'll step away. So basically, my thoughts here, our subdivision authority, who we are, is bound by our policies. If we feel the policies need to be updated for future applications, we can suggest that. But currently, with the situation we're facing today, we're bound by the policies we're facing. In 2014, the applicant had subdivided the vacant parcel that was to be used for to be irrigated for agricultural purposes, and since then, it's now been developed. So I would support the recommendation to refuse this application. It doesn't meet the intent of the policies, and the landowner is aware of that and is still going ahead, wants to go ahead to appeal it, which is their purview, and that's fine. And that apparently was done 10 years ago. So just the appearance that this is to circumvent our policies may be an indication that we could review these policies. But for today, I would certainly support the recommendation to refuse this application.
Thank you, Mark. Go right ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your comments, Mark. I actually, my reasoning for supporting this is because it actually does fit our policies right now in the definition of the subdivision, and the fact that there is no clear definition of divide, and that this is essentially the first parcel out of an agricultural title. So that is my reasoning behind supporting this application in a crux. So thank you.
Thank you, John. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Thank you. So just to clarify, the subdivision of titles is under the Municipal Government Act and how range roads and townships work. And so regardless of the division that happened in 2015 that boosted that line to the north, we have to look at it from a quarter section perspective, and that's what the subdivision criteria refers to, and then in turn the act. And so going forward, we would look at this from a just desktop planning perspective of Title I, that southeast quarter section actually having 3 quarters, because we always respect the quarter township lines. So I know it appears on paper that this is a part of the southeast and it's the first quarter out of the ag title, but because of the positioning of the range roads and townships, it is a part of the north Title I.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a question, Title II, was that previous to 2010? The little blue box? It was, wasn't it?
2010?
Was it prior to that?
I believe so, but I can check here. It was oh, thank you. Yes, Mr. Chair, that was done in 2000.
Okay, thank you. So technically, it already has 2 parcels out. Because it was transferred to another quarter, doesn't, it's just drawing a fine line. I would not support it being allowed to move forward.
Thank you, Lauren. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What would be a path forward for this? What would be the recommendation subject to potential denial and an appeal denial? Is there a rezoning area structure plan? What could that look like?
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Chair, I guess the applicant always has the right to apply to rezone it, to change the zoning and the applicable land use rules that and subdivision rules that apply to that zone. In this circumstance, I'm not sure what he would rezone to. As a group country residential, for instance, is for multiple lots, typically more than 3 or more contiguous lots adjacent to each other. This would be a standalone lot. I don't know if he applied to go to direct control or something like that and made his own rules, but of course that would come back to council, would have to approve that. The county, we don't have a special zone for like a single lot subdivision, yeah, I don't know.
So based on the status of today, is there is a farmyard in Title IV that they want to subdivide out of the ag parcel. The only option for them to proceed with getting that out of the title would be a rezoning, and we would consider that application on its own merits at the time of application, and we would look at options with the owner if that's what they wanted to do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that we've probably discussed this fairly significantly. And that being said, I would like to move that subdivision application 2025-0-150 be approved with the standard and reasonable recommendations.
As per the conditions, or how would you, I believe you have something.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if there was a motion made to approve, the suggested conditions on approval would be that the taxes are paid up to date, that development agreements entered into with Lethbridge County, the residual land may need its own approach. The applicant would have to submit a final plan of survey based on the approval you grant. And the other recommendation, and something you'd have to talk about, is a payment of municipal reserve on that 9.54 acres, which the value came in at $12,000 per acre. So that does equate to, I think I had it here, $11,448. They would be the payment on a municipal reserve requirement. So those would be the recommended conditions on an approval.
So it would be like any other, it would be subject to the conditions outlined in the draft resolution?
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
and I'm comfortable with amending my motion to include that.
Okay. So John has made the motion that subdivision application 2025-0-150 be approved subject, did you say that right? Sorry. Be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. So again, this is for approval. Is there any further discussion? I will call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is defeated. Therefore, we would need then a motion as suggested as a recommendation to refuse. Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that subdivision application 2025-0-150 be refused for approval for the reasons as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved the recommendation that subdivision application 2025-0-150 be refused for approval for the reasons as outlined in the draft resolution. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you for working through that with us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for indulging me.
Moving down, department reports. Item F1, corporate services. F1.1, the 2026-2028 operating budget and 2026 to 2030 capital budget. Morning, Haley. Floor is yours, sorry.
Thank you. So this is, agenda item is for the 2026 to 2028 proposed operating and 2026 to 2030 proposed capital budgets, which were presented to council on November 28th for review and consideration. Upon completion of the budget deliberations, council provided feedback and direction, which administration has incorporated into the budget and is now bringing that forward for final approval. The proposed 2026 operating budget has a total projected tax support increase from 2025 to 2026, which is 7.9% or 3% after growth. The increase represents council's commitment to its strategic pillars of governance, relationships, region, and prosperity by investing in the county's infrastructure to ensure the community's best interests are represented and taxpayers have the services they require, and that the county fosters an environment that will attract, expand, and retain businesses. It is a recommendation that council approve the 2026 operating budget as well as 2027 and 2028 in principle, and that the 2026 capital budget expenses are also approved, and that 27, 28, 29, and 30 are approved in principle.
Just more of a comment than a discussion. I would like to publicly recognize the efforts that our administration puts in preparing these budgets and the time and effort and consideration have gone into making sure that our level of service remains reasonable and consistent, and the thoughtful process that went through in trying to develop the budget. So that being said, I would like to move that the 2026 operating budget expense in the amount of $42,812,682 be approved, and that the 2027 and 2028 operating budget expense in the amount of $41,835,443 and $41,904,088 respectively be approved in principle.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation. Is there any discussion? So John has moved that the 2026 operating budget expenses in the amount of $42,812,682 be approved, and that the 2027 and 2028 operating budget expenses in the amounts of $41,835,443 and $41,904,088 respectively be approved in principle. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. And a second motion. Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the recommendation that the 2026 capital budget expenses in the amount of $13,750,000 be approved, and that the 2027, 2028, 2029, and 2030 capital budget expenses in the amounts of $11,473,000, $11,073,000, $13,163,000, and $6,705,000 respectively be approved in principle.
Thank you, Eric. Is there any discussion? Eric has moved that the 2026 capital budget expenses in the amount of $13,750,000 be approved, and that the 2027, 2028, 2029, and 2030 capital budget expenses in the amounts of $11,473,000, $11,073,000, $13,163,000, and $6,705,000 be respectively be approved in principle. Any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much, Haley. F2, Development and Infrastructure. We have a number of bylaws before us today, starting off F2-1, Bylaw 2025-025, Amendment to the Land Use Bylaw to redesignate 230019 River Ridge Road, Plan 9312230, Block 1, Lot 1, from Group Country Residential to Direct Control. This is proposed first reading. Kaylin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So this application is located on River Ridge Road for Bylaw 25-025. It is to amend the land use bylaw to redesignate this parcel, which is 230019 River Ridge Road, from group country residential to direct control. So this application is within the Wilde Rose Acres, or also referred to as the Riverbrink Area Structure Plan. The application really started with a violation order because there was a complaint about the property, there being a commercial enterprise existing, and there being a large amount of vehicles on the property for a specific event. That being said, we've worked with the landowner, and they've been very interested in bringing the property to compliance. So the business that the direct control will allow for is the Riverbrink Estates Floral. It's an existing floral and U-Pick enterprise that they opened 2 years ago. So we've struck a balance with the direct control bylaw where we've limited the commercial use that complements the residential neighborhood of Riverbrink. So the nature of this parcel being sited on the corner, they have an access directly off of River Ridge as well as the internal subdivision. All of the commercial activity is proposed to only occur off of the River Ridge entrance. And it is substantially screened from the tree line that is existing on that road line. So all of the commercial activity is actually occurring on the east side of the property along River Ridge Road. We did circulate the application and received no comments other than Alberta Transportation requiring a highway permit. And then we did circulate the application to the neighboring residents as an initial first step, and we actually received comments in support of the application. So that being said, we are recommending council approve the bylaw 25-025 to be read for the first time.
Did you have anything to say? Or?
No, I was going to move.
Okay. I'd move that bylaw 25-025 be read a first time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin has moved that bylaw 25-025 be read for a first time. Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I'm aware that this is a first reading and we don't need to get into too many of the fine details, did the applicant have any desire for more than 2 single-day outdoor events, or was that the request, and are we filling their request to the fullest?
Thank you, Councillor Van Essen, through the chair. So the applicant is a retired couple. This is intended to be a side business. What occurred last summer with a outdoor event that was non-reservable was actually beyond their capacity and desire to run their business. So they actually, the balance that we have struck, they feel comfortable that allows them to operate their business, to be financially sustainable, while not like opening themselves to very large public events, because that was actually beyond what their wishes for their property was. So they actually did not request any further ability to host outdoor events. The 2 was sufficient.
Perfect, thank you.
Go, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just when you're circulating to neighbors, how far of a broadcast do you circulate out? Is it a kilometer distance, or?
So our standard circulation, Councillor Kurbis through the chair, is 60 meters. For this one, I did circulate to the entire Riverbrink subdivision as well as the group country residential to the south. So it didn't go as far as your property, I know that, yes.
I'm 2 doors down.
When we are in a rural nature, the 60 meters doesn't quite go that far. But that being said, there will be another public notification prior to the public hearing.
That's fine.
Kevin has moved the recommendation that bylaw 25-025 be read for a first time. There's no further discussion. Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Kellen. F2.2, bylaw 25-027, amendment to the land use bylaw to redesignate Southeast 1921 West 4 from direct control to direct control. First reading.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So bylaw 25-027 is for an amendment to redesignate East 1921 west of the 4th from direct control to direct control. The primary purpose of this bylaw, I'll get to the map, is Blair Frake's subdivision countryside area structure plan. You may recall of an application that came before you in the fall, some of you. There was a height variance, quite a substantial one, and through that development permit, there was several errors identified in the direct control. Some being administrative, they were quoting the wrong bylaw, there was the height issues, there was actually uses in the district that were not suitable for development. I'll give you a really good example. Wind energy commercial was actually allowed. So with all of those oversights, we directly worked with the landowner, Blair Frake, to just do all of these administrative updates prior to further development happening, just so that the vision of the development can be fully foreseen. So that being said, we are recommending first reading of Bylaw 25-027.
Thank you, Kaylin. Just through that process, was there any additional burden on the applicant to get to this point then? I guess when I say burden, a financial burden?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the council waived the application requirements. This being a very recent direct control, it was some error on the county administration at the time. So we took the burden on and did not require any consultant work or fees of the applicant.
Thank you. Any questions?
Not a question, I was just gonna move it.
Go right ahead.
Oh, okay. I would just move first reading for bylaw 25-027.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved the recommendation that bylaw 25-027 be read for a first time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Kaylin. Moving down to a policy, F2.3 Land Disposition Policy 172 Amendment.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Policy 127 is our land disposition policy. It outlines all of the provisions for land sales and leases. It was approved initially in January of 2018. It outlines the process for surplus and sales and leases. But over time, we've changed administrative practices, and there was some identified gaps specifically identified in the fall through some previous sales. So just amending this policy to align with Municipal Government Act as well as our actual administrative practices. So I'll just go through the policy here quick. So the big change is there is a process for land sales now and a process for actual land leases and licenses. So land sales, it is still the standard process that we will identify county-owned land for surplus and bring it before you for decision. The differentiation now is once we are in the purchasing opportunity of the public and we've gone through public notifications, if we're getting fair market value, delegating that authority to the Chief Administrative Officer to actually approve the purchase. Anything above market value, council's already approved. So kind of skipping that redundancy step. Anything that's nominal, so for example, going to a community organization or anything, if we get an offer less than market value, we would still come back to council for that discussion. Process for land leases and licenses. The existing policy actually says council should be approving leases, and we administratively have not been coming to council for leases, so correcting that. And there was also some errors in our alignment with Municipal Government Act. So the differentiation is when it's fair market value and a term under 10 years, administration has the authority to undertake those leases. But in the cases where terms are over 10 years or there's a nominal value of the lease, those are actually required to go through public notification under the Municipal Government Act, and so making sure there's a policy aligns to that. So based on all of those amendments, we are recommending to council to pass the amended land disposition policy 172 as presented.
Thank you, Kaylin. Open up to council. John, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems fairly straightforward, so I'd like to move that council approve the amended land disposition policy 172 as presented.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation that council approve the amended land disposition policy 172 as presented. Any discussion? Questions? Not? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That carries. Thank you, Kaylin.
I see this one? I know, I wrote them all
2.4.
last night.
Use of undeveloped road right-of-ways policy. Replacement of policy 109, license of undeveloped road allowance policies.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think this is my last report today. So policy 109 is actually our current policy for licensing undeveloped road allowances. We have recommended a proposed replacement of that policy to the use of undeveloped road rights-of-way. And because the policy is quite comprehensive and there's a lot of complicated situations we're facing as administration, I have a PowerPoint in front of you instead of trying to digest a 5-page policy here. So I go through the current program since 2014 when council approved it, the challenges we're facing, the proposed policy, some scenarios of how this would look from an implementation perspective. So the current program, it's a licensed program, it's an honor-based program. So unless somebody voluntarily says to administration, I'm using an undeveloped road allowance for ag, what should I do to permit it? We don't know what's happening. So if nobody voluntarily says, it's leading to a lot of inconsistencies, people benefiting from using the undeveloped road right away while other people are actually paying to use it. The program is run on a 5-year fixed term. So the current term is for all the licenses are 2022 to 2026. They pay for their license in their first year, and so going into 2026, all those licenses have to be renewed. And then the process is taken care of by the Planning and Development Department. It has transitioned from the operations to my department in kind of the last 5 years. But basically, like I said, a landowner expresses interest in occupying an undeveloped road right away. We review and circulate it. There was site visits. I understand my previous manager was also doing a lot of landowner mediation because there is a lot of tension between landowners. And then we do a licensing agreement, we collect fees, and then the renewal and payments happens on the 5-year cycle. So what does this actually look like in a 5-year cycle? We're seeing about 50 to 70 licenses being managed by my team. And it's costing $13,000 to $7,000 per license. So the average fee is about $1,000, but we do have those kind of outstanding, like those weird ones where it's like $13. It's quite a large range. Right now, as of 2025, we have 67 active licenses. That does not represent what is actually happening in the county. And so realizing the revenue in year one, we realized about $70,000 revenue in 2022. And so it's about, if you divide that over the 5 years, it's about $14,000 a year, pretty nominal. In terms of administration costs, is our time. So if you take myself spending 2 hours per license, renewing new ones, working with the landowners, and then monitoring the program every year, and then we need to put it into GIS and tracking it. That being said, our intern in this last year, Hannah, she spent over 3 months going through historical files, trying to figure out what licenses were actually active. And then operations, even though we're doing all of this work in my department, Ryan continues to receive public inquiries, especially in the summer and fall, of I'm at a map and it says it's an undeveloped road right away, but there's a fence, there's a lock. I have a right to public access. So he gets a lot of questions about how to get to the coulee for hunting and other leisurely activities. So if we just put a cost to it, it works into, in a 5-year total, just over $60,000. So it's very nominal what we're actually collecting and achieving. It's a lot of time and burdensome to administration in this program since 2014. So beyond the financial impacts, I want to just touch on the low participation. And this data is really thanks to Hannah's review, but we have 459 undeveloped road segments just from a base layer. Based on her review, only 108 have active licenses. But with all the review she conducted, historically, 357 were occupied at some time. So they were canceled, expired licenses, rescinded, and administration has just never had the capacity to track all of those down. And then we still have another 41 that need more review to figure out what is actually going on. So it's a very low participation in the actual program, and only a small portion of county residents are paying to use the undeveloped road right away. And then we get into the perception of private property. So the intent, there's a lot of just pictures, aerials of the county. It's not to pinpoint any one landowner. It's just to show you what is actually happening in road allowances, because these red lines are property lines and you don't see those when you're on the ground. But all of these installations of fences, corrals, materials, they're actually prohibited under the Municipal Government Act because we do have an obligation for public access. So it makes a perception that there's private property, in which leads to calls to Ryan's team. Inconsistency of application, just you've seen the numbers, but there's also a lot of unique circumstances. The license is set up right now that you can ask the county for approval to install a fence, a gate, a lock, but there's no documentation to that. So the paper trail just kind of ends, and how, when you're out in the field, you know if there's a paper trail. So it's just, it leads to a lot of questions and no clarity. This is a prime example, as it makes sense to use the undeveloped road right away for ag, but do they have a license to do it, and are we being consistent in applying that? And then to date, like, most licenses are unlicensed, and no penalty has been applied because we just don't know about them. And that brings me to landowner disputes. Right now, the policy doesn't speak to adjacent landowners and how to manage them. And like I said, the manager previous to me was doing a lot of mediation through these licenses to work through it. But the policy is basically a first come, first serve. I looked at a lot of other jurisdictions. There is other jurisdictions that are requiring adjacent landowners to consent to use the undeveloped road right away. So just thought. And then liability. Our current policy and licenses do not protect the county or the licensee. I'll give a really good example, is the type of access. Honestly, it just doesn't say. The Municipal Government Act says we can decide what type of access, so whether it be foot or vehicle, but our lack of clarity means the public could just go ripping through somebody's cultivated undeveloped road right away. And that's what we want to. We want to limit those land use conflicts. So just example of liability problems. Any questions before I keep going? Good? Okay. Okay, so with that all being said, the proposed use of undeveloped road rights-of-way policy, we want to recognize that there is ag benefits to using this land. Otherwise, it becomes no man land. There's also a benefit to our operations staff just for the fact of maintenance and weed control. Their use is positive, but we do still have a duty to preserve public access and municipal infrastructure. So it's just kind of a balancing act with this policy that we've tried to strike. There's a few core principles. We need to achieve legal compliance with the Municipal Government Act. We need to get public access protection. We need to be more administratively efficient. There's a lot of opportunity cost lost in this program if this is not where we want to be focused. We need to be consistent across ratepayers and everybody following the program. We need to provide equitable access. It's really hard to talk to a landowner that says so-and-so has been used the undeveloped road right away for decades, but I want to use it, and I just don't have a good answer right now. And then we have to be able to terminate their rights to use the road right away if there was like an infrastructure project or a need for it for public good. So the policy is in your package, but I've just broken down in the slides so I can highlight key sections just so we can interpret exactly how it would roll out. In terms of authorized use, this policy is intended for the agricultural use. So if somebody is using county land for another purpose or it's within a hamlet, that's going to be taken care of with the land disposition policy, and that's not this. This is when it's purely agricultural. It cannot be a part of an integral active part of the county road right away. That is a prime reason why you can't use it for ag. You can't restrict access to another parcel by using the undeveloped road right away for ag. And then you do need to have some form of agreement with your adjacent landowner.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you. Just,
Yep.
could you repeat that one part?
Yep.
About using undeveloped road allowance to get to another?
Yes.
I didn't quite catch all of that,
Yep.
sorry.
Yeah, no worries. So in order to license an undeveloped road right away right now, you can't impede access to another parcel. So if there's 2 quarter sections that are using the undeveloped road right away and they're owned by different landowners, we can't allow them to, say, fence it off for livestock if the north quarter section is used to cultivate and they need to get their equipment through. Yeah. Perfect. No problem.
One more, Caitlin.
Yep.
Sorry, so just to clarify that, then that circumstance would be different if it was the same landowner that had both parcels? then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so with there being an agreement between adjacent landowners, we will really want to put the onus on landowners to work together and collaborate. So the agreement that they need to reach under this policy is one landowner solely benefiting from the road right-of-way. They may agree to split it, so road rights-of-way are 20 meters, they can each get 10 meters for agricultural production. Or if they can't reach an agreement, unfortunately, the undeveloped road right-of-way has to remain unoccupied. And it becomes no man land. Everybody puts their fence on each side of the property at their own expense, and that's under the Fencing Act. And I know there's more about adjacent landowners in a little bit. So in terms of responsibilities, it's on the landowners to register their use. The Municipal Government Act requires us to acknowledge that they're using the undeveloped road right away. So we have to receive something. So it's a simple form, you register it, you let us know yourself, the other landowner, you guys both sign to what agreement you've met, and that you're going to follow this policy. They are not allowed to install any permanent structures. So that being corrals, buildings, anything that would impede it being a public property. That being said, we recognize you need to contain your livestock, so they can erect a wire fence. With a wire fence, they have to install a gate for pedestrian access, for entry and exit on both sides, and has to remain in good standing. The other thing is to maintain the perception of public property, they have to install a sign on either end of their gate, just so people know that they can go in and aren't frightened to open the gate. So installing a sign will kind of alleviate the public concerns from crossing private property, because this is strictly a public road allowance. The sign will be provided by Lethbridge County for a fee, and you'll see that later in the fee schedule bylaw, and then they're required to installing and maintaining the sign, and if the sign ever becomes damaged, they would have to replace it. And then the last point on 2.4 is regarding locks. Locks are prohibited. That is in alignment with the Municipal Government Act. I know there is a lot of locks in the county, and we actually have no guidelines in our current policy to take any action. So this would take care of that. In terms of the county, yep.
Sorry, just to go back to the sign you had up, you don't have to bring it back up.
Okay.
So by foot traffic, I heard a lot of questions about, can you take a horse down there then? Is that considered to be foot traffic, or what do you consider a horse? Because I can tell you over by the river, it's unbelievable how many people phone and say, I can't go down the road because it's locked, first off, but I want to just take my horse. I don't want to drive my vehicle down, I want to take my horse down.
So under the, thank you, Councillor Hickley, through the chair. Under the MGA, council gets to determine what access is allowed on undeveloped right-of-ways. Our recommendation initially was pedestrian foot access only, but that would be up for council to determine if you want to change and allow for horses, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So pedestrian traffic, like the wording says pedestrian. In my mind, the definition of pedestrian would be one person or multiple people walking under their own power, not necessarily riding on an animal. Would that definition hold?
I would agree with you, Councillor Kurbis, that like if we want to consider animal riding access, I don't think it would hinder what we were trying to prevent. What we were really intended to prevent is ATVs, dirt bikes ripping through, scaring livestock, destroying cultivation. So if that is something council wants to decide, we have the full authority to decide what type of access that is.
Any thoughts on that before we move on? Okay.
We can come back to that,
Yep.
yeah. Okay, so then moving on to the county's responsibilities. So we will receive the landowner registration, and at that point, they are authorized to use the land for agricultural uses. And this 2.51 is really to deal with landowner disputes and just the sole benefit of people occupying undeveloped road allowances. So there is this ability to waiver the landowner authorization. And the reason we need this is because there's going to be misalignments between what landowners' priorities are and the county's priorities. We don't want this policy to become weaponized. And so I'll give a really good example. If land has been cultivated for 10, 20 years, and then all of a sudden the landowners say, I don't want you to use it just because. And then our operations, the risk is they're going to have a lot more cost and maintenance for it to becoming no man's land. So there is going to be instances where it's going to benefit the county for landowner 1 to continue using it, even though landowner 2 just doesn't have a good reason. So just protecting that aspect. And then moving to 2.6, it is our right to terminate any use of undeveloped road right-of-way. If there's any need for public use, municipal purposes, we have that right to terminate. If you're restricting any legal access to a parcel, if you aren't complying with this policy or the related agreement is violated, or if we receive a complaint from your adjacent landowner, we would work through that process to see if you were in violation, whether we would terminate it. So if we do get a violation of this policy, this policy is really going to run on a notification basis. If I receive a complaint, we're going to action it. So we'll be notified of the violation. We would address the kind of review, and we would inform the landowners they have 14 days to address the violation, remove the gates, install a gate maybe, whatever they're missing. And then in cases of unauthorized locks, because it is against the Municipal Government Act, we have put in here that we would not provide any notice. If operations was faced with a lock and it needed to be cut, it would be cut sight on scene as soon as we became aware. Okay, and so we would give 30 days notice if there was any need for the undeveloped road right-of-way. Say there was a municipal project and we needed the land, we would give 30 days notice to all affected parties. And then the last being, if there is continued operation on an undeveloped road right-of-way, it constitutes an encroachment under the Municipal Government Act because it's an unauthorized use of the road right-of-way. And that encroachment distinction is really important in the enforcement side. So I've kind of put a little diagram here at the bottom, but basically if they don't comply with violations or notices that they need to terminate their use of the undeveloped road right-of-way, they are responsible for returning that land to its initial condition as defined by the county. So restoration could include removing your fencing, unauthorized structures, materials, debris, any of that within 30 days. And then if they don't take that reasonable responsibility to take action, the county would have discretion to take that action under the Municipal Government Act because it is an encroachment. We would then be able to issue that invoice to the landowner and any associated costs, and if they don't pay that, we could add it to the tax roll under the Municipal Government Act. And this is only going to be in very rare cases where we need to get the violation taken care of. So in terms of like actually initiating the process for landowners, this is the very simple agreement. We're working on getting it on Farmer as well. It's 2 pages. They work with their landowner. They come upon an agreement of who's going to use it. They submit it to planning, and then they come into the office, get a sign, and pay for it. That's it. It's simpler than the license. The only thing they are paying for is the sign. There is no fee to this registration. If I get a complaint, just from a process perspective, landowner submits a complaint to the planning email. If we review it and it's an encroachment, there's no registration, we give them an opportunity to come into compliance. So they get 30 days, we get a registration, great. If they don't, no registration is received and it's a potential conflict, maybe they're restricting access, we could then issue a notice of termination. On the other side, if it's a violation, so they're registered, but say they don't have a sign up or they have a corral in the undeveloped road right away, we would send a letter asking them to address the violation in 14 days. And they could notify my team by email with pictures, just see that this is kind of blocking off. There we go. With the corrective actions taken, and then the registration would remain valid. If the violation remains, then we could terminate, and all expenses to return the land to the initial condition would be the landowner's responsibility. Okay. Section 3 is just high-level liability. Like I said, right now we don't have a lot of protections, but basically you are using this land at your own risk. We make no guarantee. Oh, back one. I thought there was another step to that one. There's no guarantee on the condition, suitability of the land for agriculture. And then we take no responsibility for loss, injury, damage, or claim related to damages to your crops, fencing equipment, injuries to persons, and conflict disputes between adjacent landowners. Those are standard liability policies. And then lastly, just the general section. So we recognize that there is our current license holders, the 67 licenses. We want to work with them over the next 4 months is what we've proposed in the policy to give them time to comply with the policy. I've included in your package a draft letter to send to all of the existing license holders outlining how the policy has changed and how they can bring their property into compliance. That being said, all of their licenses expire in 2026 anyways, so this is the time to do it. 4 months is the end of April that we would be asking all of the existing licenses to get their registration in place and become in compliance. And the only other thing to note, just for administratively, registrations cannot be transferable between land ownership. If the land ownership changes, then you need to re-register with your neighbor. They can reopen that conversation. So that's what we've put in the policy and proposed, but I'm open to any comments. I have scenarios, but if there's anything before I go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not sure if I missed it, but or if it's not in there. And my question just revolves around, in the likely event that we as the county have to take back that particular right of way for some reason, a change of ownership in property, and they need access. Is there a avenue or any compensation for the person that is leasing that for the potential of crops or loss of economic gains from us having to take that back? I guess the scenario I'm thinking of in my mind is, right in the middle of crop season, we have to take it back because we need to provide or build a road access to an adjacent quarter. Is there any compensation in there, or is it clearly set out that there isn't any?
Thank you, Councillor Kurbis, through the chair. So at this point, there is no compensation considered for us terminating the right. Like, you are using public land for your agricultural operation, and so that's at your own risk. But that being said, public projects are planned quite well in advance. So we would know if we were building a road in an undeveloped road right away prior to the ag season, unless there was like an emergency, a pipeline break or something like that. That would be cases where we would have to go disturb the land immediately.
So what I'm hearing then is that the document is just silent on it, I mean, it doesn't speak to it at all?
At this point, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So just a couple of things. You talked about liabilities. So is that the reason for the signage then? So if you have signage, if somebody, and you have a sign up saying, no vehicle traffic prohibited, and somebody drives through it and is injured, is that lessen your liability? Or how does that work? Or is that too complicated a scenario?
Thank you, Councillor Hickey, through the chair. So you putting a sign up definitely protects the private landowner. You've seen it before, private property, no unauthorized use. That does provide some provision of liability protection. That being said, I'm not a lawyer. But us stating the policy, and then if there was a vehicle access on an undeveloped road right away, we would have the backing that the policy said you weren't allowed, and the sign was present. So we've done every reasonable effort to notify the public not to be there.
So, and then just part two of the question is, so are you going to send out an application form to all the unused road allowances that aren't even leased? Or how does that work? Or what's the plan there?
Thank you, Councillor Hickey, through Mr. Chairman. So I do have an implementation slide, so you're getting ahead of me, but our intention right now is we send a letter to all 67 licensees. I also have Hannah, our planning intern, working on the 200 and some licenses that were canceled, rescinded, and getting the best address list that we can send them a letter and be like, you at some point used an undeveloped road allowance. If you still are, this is the policy. So we will take that deliberate effort to notify all of those people we think are not complying. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Perfect. So I think you guys are all following me. So just looking back at this example, we get a complaint that there's a fence because I want to get public access to Crown land. Administration would review and we would note that there's a violation, but it is registered. So they did take that due diligence. We'd issue a letter that they need to correct the action, and they would send us updated pictures, and the registration would remain valid. It'd be quite simple. Going back to this example, maybe the adjacent landowner has an issue with this cultivation. Administration would review, there's no registration, there's no agreement between the adjacent landowners. We would send a letter of encroachment to the landowner to the west and give them 30 days to submit a registration. If no registration was submitted, we could terminate it. But that being said, after I did these slides, I was like, well, this is cultivated land. So that's another discussion we would have to have as administration is, what is the objective of landowner 2? Do they want to share the land? If they just want it to be no man's land, operations and planning development would have to make a decision whether it was appropriate to waive that registration requirement because it is cultivated and ideal that it stays cultivated. So the implementation, like I spoke to earlier, Kelsey and Maddie have helped us. There is key messages available in Council's SharePoint related to this policy if it was approved today. They will put out a public service announcement and take that deliberate action to try to inform ratepayers of the change of policy. There is frequently asked questions ready to publish on the website to try to work just the public through what this policy looks like. We will do Sunny South newspaper advertising initially as well as seasonally because this is more of a seasonal problem. And then we will do those notification letters for licenses expiring in 2026 right away, just to give them ample time to work through what the policy looks like and how they are using the undeveloped road right away. And they will have till the end of April for implementation. And that concludes my presentation.
Sorry to be a pain. Just about locked gates, are there any exceptions to that rule? If you had, say, an oil site in it and you wanted it locked because it was, for some reason, you didn't want anybody in there, is that something you would lock, or are there any?
Thank you, Councillor Hickey, through the chair. So unfortunately, we can't give exceptions to the lock rule because that's under the Municipal Government Act. As soon as you have a lock, it is restricting public access, and we're breaching that. That being said, we still have the avenue of road closures. This doesn't replace or remove that. So if somebody does want to use a road right away and they don't want public access, they need to pursue the road closure application and go through that process because that is the right process for that.
Other questions? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you got the road closure question handled there. And then maintenance, I guess you kind of got on that one. And like, let's say some of these ones running through the middle of a guy's field and he's like, I'm not paying for a application, or I just can't be bothered. You know, we could essentially be assuming some maintenance out on a piece like that with this policy. I could see that coming in now. I understand our operations will work every effort to not have that. Actual question. Existing structures, either permitted at one time or non-permitted in a roadway right-of-way. What's the plan? And more than a corral.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councillor Van Essen. So technically, buildings cannot get a permit in an undeveloped road right away. They are public land. That being said, if somebody built a building and it's encroaching into the undeveloped road right away, they would need to follow our encroachment application and enter into an encroachment agreement with the county. That procedure and administrative process exists today, and people technically should have that to bring their property to compliance. That being said, if it's in middle of the undeveloped road right away, that would be infringing on public access, and we would have to ask them to remove it. So there's definitely some discretion, because I've seen like agricultural buildings ponying the property line and they're just infringing a couple meters in. Those are situations where we'd have to look at an encroachment agreement.
Okay, thank you. And first come, first serve, that's on existing, or this gets published and neighbor is like, want it, hey, I want that. How does that get dealt with?
Thank you, Councillor Van Essen. So yes, the current policy is first come, first serve. We sporadically get inquiries. A lot recently have been regarding landowner disputes. Once this gets published, it is on the landowners to reach an agreement. We are trying to remove the county from that civil matter, and get them to work together and have those conversations. That being said, if landowner one comes to us and says, you know, number two, they won't agree, I've cultivated this land for 50 years, what does the county want to do? We have that avenue for waiving the agreement if we need to, if it makes sense in that situation.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Looks like not. Go ahead, John.
Oh, sorry, my green light isn't on. Thanks. I would like to move that council approve the replacement of policy 109, use of undeveloped roadway policy amended as presented.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation that county council approve the replacement of policy 109, use of undeveloped road right-of-way policy amended as presented. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Sorry, were you good? Do you have some more? Go ahead.
I was going to ask about the signage. Just wanted to leave it as, it's your choice to what sign you choose?
I was going to ask, like, do we want to change that sign to pedestrian
Excellent.
versus animals? We haven't got any printed, so like we can change that and just make the minor amendment in the policy.
Did you have thoughts, Lauren?
I just wondered where we were going.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pedestrian, often on foot, person on horse, often not. And if we want to authorize horse, we could do a non-motorized vehicle access instead for council. Also, there is a gray area that if it says pedestrians only, but if they're leading their horse, then it can fall into that category as well. I'm not sure.
I guess I have kind of mixed feelings about horses, but, because sometimes you have, when you take your horse, your dog goes with you. And if there's cows out there, that could lead to a little bit of a disaster. But for the most part, I guess if somebody wanted to ride their horse down to the river and the only way they could get there was down on a road allowance, I don't see anything wrong with that.
John?
I was just going to ask Councillor Van Essen, I was really not clear on what you were actually saying there. Are you in agreement with horses or not in agreement?
Oh, no, that was neutral. That was information.
Okay. Didn't work well.
Not a horse denier.
My personal opinion on it is I think that if you limit it to pedestrian traffic, then it takes the ambiguity out of it. If you put on there pedestrian and horse traffic, I think it almost becomes like a speeding situation and a slippery slope, right? If you put a speed limit of 100 kilometers an hour, people will do 110. If you say pedestrian and somebody happens to take their horse there and it becomes a problem, then we have an enforcement ability on that. Whereas, if we say pedestrian and horse, then if it becomes a problem, then we're gonna have to revise it and pull it back. So I would be comfortable just leaving it as pedestrian.
Okay, thanks for flagging that, Lauren. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you. I think I would more support no motorized vehicles, or motorized vehicle prohibited. Just that we're trying to regulate a one-off of, somebody doing damage through existing crop is really, I think, what we're after. For the rest, by and large, there's still an equal level of respect expected, and so I'd support, motorized vehicles prohibited.
Thoughts?
My motion would stand the way it's presented.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd support Eric on the no motorized vehicles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to propose an amendment to the bylaw that the signs will say motorized vehicles prohibited and strike out the pedestrian. I guess that can stay, but it's not limiting to pedestrian only.
So to clarify,
Go ahead, yeah.
Councillor Van Essen, the sign could say pedestrian access and then motorized vehicles, and then at the bottom, motorized vehicles prohibited.
That convolutes it. I guess it does say what I'm trying to get to.
Like, I would recommend that it does say motorized is prohibited. Yeah.
Which it does.
So are you still proposing an amendment then, or?
Then we don't need an amendment. Is that correct?
That would be my interpretation, but.
Okay, then we'll strike the motion.
Okay, so back to yours. You're comfortable as it is then?
I'm comfortable as it is.
Yeah, go ahead, Lauren.
So, thank you. So then, if there's a well there and it says motorized vehicles prohibited, do they need a special permit to get in if it's undeveloped? Or how will that work? Or the electric company if they need to go?
Is that's also presuming the undeveloped right-of-way is the only access, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, so presumably if the undeveloped road right-of-way is the only access, then the agricultural use may not be allowed because you're restricting access to another parcel or another use. That would be a case-by-case basis. These signs are specifically for the Cooley River, like that access that people want to get there. We would have to just take some discretion looking at that. If a sign is prohibiting a industry access, maybe we wouldn't require it to be installed. Yeah.
Mark, I know you're a horse whisperer. Did you have any input on this? Anything else from those of us in the room?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
Just in regards to lease sites and that, access is normally handled by way of a surface lease and access with the landowner. So under 99.9% of those circumstances, that would already be addressed in a lease agreement, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I'm just thinking of a couple I know that aren't, but.
Right.
So, I mean, there's always going to be an exception.
And council, we have to remember, these signs are only actually needed if there's a wire fence. If you're cultivating, then no sign would be needed. We're not gonna make anyone put up a post. So it's only if there is a fence.
Okay. Perfect. We're all good? Mark's good? Everyone's good with that? So John has made you've made the motion, correct, John?
I have.
John's made the motion. The council approve the replacement of policy 109, use of undeveloped road right-of-way policy amended as presented. Is there any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Keelan. Moving down, F F25, Alberta Community Partnership Grant Application Rural Water Study. Morning, Devin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Council. So I have before you today a proposal to undertake a study with partnering with the MD of Taber and the South Co-op, otherwise known as the County of Lethbridge Rural Water Users Association. And the aim of this study is to essentially look at their system, assess potential opportunities, constraints, and evaluate the potential to going to a metered system. As you're all aware, the co-ops operate on a per unit basis with a standard amount of water allocated per unit to their users. And you're probably also aware that there is very low utilization because the amounts of these units, the South Co-op, for example, is about 3.2 cubic meters per day, and people are just not utilizing that full amount. So there's a lot of surplus water available to be distributed in the system, but it's tied up in these units. Obtaining more license is very challenging, it's very expensive, and it's not always easy to justify to Alberta environment when you have lower utilization. As well, there's distribution constraints, as we all know, with the water treatment plant and the inability for the time being to produce more water. So what we hope to aim, or the aim of this study, is to essentially look at better utilization of their system, potentially doing a test project with these meters, see how that goes, and then progress further. But that is all future. The intent of this study is just to give us information and to kind of see what that outcome looks like, and then further discussions with the co-op moving forward on how they see the system functioning in the future, and how they want to approach potential changes in going from a per unit basis to a metering basis. So as I mentioned, our partner on this would be the MD of Taber, because Colruyt does have some of their infrastructure within the MD of Taber, but we'd be working very closely with the South Co-op on this study and ensure that they are heavily involved and have obviously their say, because this is their system. So with that, the recommendation would be that County Council approve the submission of a 2025-2026 Alberta Community Partnership Intermunicipal Collaboration Grant as the managing partner for the Rural Water Supply Study. And with this grant, there is no financial obligation of the county or the co-op, and it is 100% funded up to $200,000.
Thank you, Devin. Open up to council. Any questions, comments you might have? Go, John.
You saw that. Thank you. I think this is a wonderful initiative, and certainly, the first steps of trying to solve a ongoing problem and potentially a modernization of the systems within there, and freeing up a lot more water license, or not necessarily license, but the ability to connect a lot more of our rural ratepayers to water. So I would like to move that County Council approve the submission of the 2025-2026 Alberta Community Partnership Intermunicipal Collaboration Grant Application as the managing partners for the Rural Water Supply Study.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation. Is there any further discussion? John has moved that County Council approve the submission of a 2025-2026 Alberta Community Partnership Intermunicipal Collaboration Grant application as the managing partner for the Rural Water Supply Study. If there's no further discussion, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Our second ACP, F2.6, Town of Nobleford, Alberta Community Partnership Application Letter of Support. Devin?
Thank you. So the Town of Nobleford has requested that County Council provide a letter of support for their Alberta Community Partnership Intermunicipal Collaboration Grant application. And the purpose of this is to conduct a regional service provider feasibility study, which aims to evaluate Nobleford's potential to become a regional provider of potable water and wastewater services. Again, as per the last report as well, this letter of support does not commit council to any financial obligations, just rather provides the support necessary for the town to secure grant funding to complete this study. This study is tied in with that NRED grant that Kaylin brought to council not too long ago. This is going to be looking at more of the engineering side of things, looking at their current capacity, their system, their constraints, and how we can work together to service the area in and around Nobleford and see more growth in that area. So with that, the recommendation from this report is that County Council supports the Town of Nobleford's submission of a 2025-2026 Alberta Community Partnership Grant application for the Regional Service Provider Feasibility Study.
Thank you, Devin. Open it up. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this also is great to get things going out there. I'd move that the county council supports the town of Nobleford's managing partner submission of the 2025-2026 Alberta Community Partnership Grant application for the Regional Service Provider Feasibility Study.
Thank you, Kevin. Is there any questions or further discussion? Kevin has moved that county council supports the town of Nobleford as the managing partner submission of a 2025-2026 Alberta Community Partnership Grant application for the Regional Service Provider Feasibility Study. Any further discussion, questions? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. F3, Operations, F3.1, Appointment of Agricultural Service Board Chair.
All right.
Come on, Ryan.
Morning, council. We'll flip this up. So each year, county council is required to appoint the chair of the Agricultural Service Board. At the Agriculture Service Board meeting held on November 25th, the ASB committee recommended that Councillor Eric Van Essen be appointed as chair. Recommendation is to appoint Councillor Van Essen as chair of the Agricultural Service Board for the 2025-2026 year.
Thank you, Ryan. Any questions, discussion? Go ahead, John.
Thank you. I would like to move that county council appoint Councillor Eric Van Essen as the Agricultural Services Board Chair for the 2025-2026 year, and if approved, congratulations, Eric.
Thank you, John. Any discussion? John has moved that county council appoint Councillor Eric Van Essen as the Agricultural Service Board Chair for the 2025-2026 year. There's no further discussion. I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Eric. Administration. Candace has a whole bucket of fun for us. We're going to work through some largely administrative bylaws, but I will turn the floor over to you, Candace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. Administration is bringing forward a few bylaws here for your consideration. The first one is Bylaw 25-3030, which is the Bursary Award Committee bylaw. And also accompanying the bylaw is the Bursary Award Committee Terms of Reference. This is just to ensure that our internal council committees are fully compliant with the MGA. Section 145 of the MGA authorizes council to establish council committees and set out their functions and procedures. So Bylaw 25-030 is establishing a standing committee of council. The purpose of the committee is to review all eligible bursary applications, evaluate applications based on approved criteria, and recommend selected recipients to council for final approval. The bylaw itself outlines committee mandate and duties, advisory nature of the committee, authorities and reporting expectations, the composition and appointment terms, meeting timelines and quorum requirements. The terms of reference further define the committee's operational framework, including evaluation methodology and eligibility requirements as per Policy 182, confidentiality obligations and reporting requirements to council. The committee's mandate is built specifically to support the Lethbridge County Bursary Program under Policy 182 and ensures fairness, consistency, and transparency in the selection process. There are no financial impacts in approving the terms of reference or the bylaw at this time. So the recommendation is to approve the terms of reference in all three readings of the bylaw.
Thank you, Candace. Any questions? Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that County Council approve the Bursary Awards Committee Terms of Reference as presented, and that Bylaw 25-030 Bursary Award Committee bylaw be read for a first time.
Okay.
Thank you, Eric.
Can I get two separate motions?
What was that, two?
You need a motion for that too?
Yeah, I get two separate.
Okay, I'll just do the first one.
Sorry.
That's all right. Okay, so then Eric has moved that council approves the bursary award committee terms of reference as presented. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, you want to make that motion, that first reading, Eric?
I guess so.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move that bylaw 25-030 bursary award committee bylaw be read a first time.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved that bylaw 25-030 bursary award committee bylaw be read for a first time. Are there any questions, discussion? I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Second, Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that bylaw 25-030 bursary award committee bylaw be read a second time.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin has moved that bylaw 25-030 bursary award committee bylaw be read for a second time. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And for consideration, Lauren, go ahead.
I would move the council consider a reading of bylaw 25-030 for a third time.
Thank you, Lauren. And just remember these, in order to proceed with third reading in a single sitting, we do need this to be unanimous. So Lauren has moved.
We have Mark too, right?
Yep. We have Cole.
Passing along Mark's vote?
Move that, so Lauren has moved that council consider third reading of bylaw 25-030 bursary award committee bylaw. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, that carries. And then, go ahead, John.
I gotta get in on this action. Move that bylaw, I would like to move the bylaw 25-030 bursary awards committee bylaw be read a third time.
Thank you, John. John has moved the bylaw 25-030 bursary award committee bylaw be read for a third time. Discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you, Candace.
Thank you. The next bylaw we're bringing forward is bylaw 25-031, which is the Strategic Planning Committee bylaw. This is also to establish a standing committee of council, which will be tasked with providing advice and recommendations relating to the preparation and coordination of council's strategic planning session. Responsibilities will include reviewing potential facilitators, formats, planning materials, locations, timelines, and associated logistics. The committee also provides informal deliberations and strategic input to administration as planning options are developed. So the committee, the bylaw states the committee consists of 3 members of council appointed annually at the org meeting. The reeve is an ex officio member, and the CO and legislative coordinator and any administrative staff will also be in attendance. The terms of reference provide operational clarity, including strategic planning functions, advisory responsibilities, meeting frequency, the role of the chair and the vice chair, and agenda preparation. No financial impact with this one, approving the bylaw or terms of reference, and the recommendation for this one is as well to approve the terms of reference and then all 3 readings of the bylaw.
Thank you, Candace. John?
I'd like to move that council approve the strategic planning committee terms of reference as presented.
Thank you, John. Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under Section 2, strategic planning preparation, reviewing background materials and environmental scans and preparatory documents. What are environmental scans and strategic planning have in common?
Sorry, I'm not exactly sure why it has environmental scans in there. I will take that part out.
Okay.
Sorry, I did not catch that. There should be no environmental plans for your strat plan. Scans.
I missed that.
Me too.
So we're suggesting an edit?
If you want to just approve the terms of reference as amended.
I'll happily amend my motion to as amended.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Trevor.
So just in response to Councillor Van Essen's question, an environmental scan normally looks at socioeconomic factors. It's a broad report that takes a look at anything that might impact your strategy. So that's quite normal language. It's not environment in terms of the ground or the earth or the air. It's the environment in terms of the broader context of the economy or what's happening internationally. So the term environmental scan is used to refer to that kind of a report.
Excellent.
I'd like to retract my amendment.
As presented is.
As presented.
Okay. John has moved that council approves, thank you, Trevor. Counselor, sorry. Let me try this again. Deputy Purvis has moved that council approves the strategic planning committee terms of reference as presented. Is there any discussion? Call a question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. John?
I'd like to move that bylaw 25-031 strategic planning committee bylaw be read at first time.
Thank you, John. John has moved that bylaw 25-031 strategic planning committee bylaw be read for a first time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Consider. As long as he's here now, we're good. Sorry?
We're in second.
Oh, we're at second?
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that bylaw 25-031 strategic planning committee bylaw be read a second time.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin has moved that bylaw 25-031 strategic planning committee bylaw be read for a second time. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Consideration. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that council consider third reading of bylaw 25-031 strategic planning committee bylaw.
Thank you, Eric. Eric's moved that council consider third reading of bylaw 25-031 strategic planning committee bylaw. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. And third reading. John?
I'd like to move that bylaw 25-031 strategic planning committee bylaw be read a third time.
Thank you, John. John has moved the bylaw 25-031 strategic planning committee bylaw be read for a third time. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Candace.
Thank you. Lunch has just arrived. I don't know if we want to break now or if you would like me to continue.
What would you like to do? Want to break? Okay. Why don't we then take this opportunity? We will take a half an hour recess and return at 12 o'clock to proceed with our meeting. Thank you. call the meeting back to order at 12 after 12 this afternoon. And we will continue with our bylaws. Candace, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. This next bylaw is Bylaw 25-032, which is the Governance and Human Resources Committee bylaw. Also attached is an updated or amended version of the terms of reference that Council had previously approved. So this also establishes this committee as a standing committee of council. The committee's role includes oversight of government practices, review of human resource strategies, support for council's strategic goals, and assistance with senior leadership evaluation processes. The only change to the terms of reference was an amendment to the composition of the council. When we previously brought it forward to council, it was all members of council. Now it's only 3 members of council. No financial impact of approving this bylaw or terms of reference, so we are suggesting approval of the amended terms of reference and all 3 readings of the bylaw.
Thank you, Candace. Goes back to council. John, Eric.
I'll take first, you take. Oh, well, then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any predecessor to this, or is this a new thing we're bringing forward? And second to that question, as our only employee is our CAO, how does this fit in with council overseeing governance or human resource?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Van Essen. So this was something that was brought to council previously and approved, and we're just formalizing that by bringing back the bylaw with the terms of reference. And so one function of it would be overseeing the CAO and performance review, but another would be to get into some of those other discussions, such as what Councillor Hickey brought up during budget deliberations, ensuring that our strategy for compensation, our grids, our FTE counts, everything, that's a better forum for us to have some of those discussions. So not getting into the operational components as much, but really the high level strategy on how we're executing that and moving the levels of service forward. So there's, you'll see in the terms of reference, there's a number of functions that this committee will support, and it'll be called as needed. Having gone through even just the CAO performance review though, if that was the only function and it's not, I think it would still make sense to have this committee in place, just knowing how challenging that was to just coordinate and execute this last year. And so I think there's a variety of benefits for us standing this up.
Thank you.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that County Council approve the Governance and Human Resources Committee terms of reference as amended.
Thank you, John. John has moved that council approves the Governance and Human Resources Committee terms of reference as amended. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Sure, go ahead.
I'd like to move that bylaw 25-032, Governance and Human Resources Committee bylaw be read a first time.
Thank you, John. John has moved the bylaw 25-032, Governance and Human Resources Committee bylaw be read for a first time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? We're good there, Cole?
I don't think he's on right now.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's right. That is carried. Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that bylaw 25-032, Governance and Human Resource Committee bylaw be read a second time.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin has moved the bylaw 25-032, Governance and Human Resources Committee bylaw be read for a second time. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that council consider third reading of bylaw 25-032, Governance and Human Resources Committee bylaw.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved the council consider third reading of bylaw 25-032, Governance and Human Resources Committee bylaw. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And third reading. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that bylaw 25-032, Governance and Human Resources Committee bylaw be read a third time.
Thank you, John. John has moved the bylaw 25-032, Governance and Human Resources Committee bylaw be read for a third time. Discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Candace.
you, Mr. Chair and Council. The provincial government has replaced the VoIP Act with two new statutes, the Access to Information Act, ATIA, and the Protection of Privacy Act, POPA. As a result, Alberta municipalities are required to update their bylaws, administrative structures, and internal processes to reflect these changes. Bylaw 25-003, which is Access to Information Act bylaw, designates a head for Lethbridge County under the ATIA and authorizes the setting of fees as permitted under the new regulation. Bylaw 25-034, the Protection of Privacy Act bylaw, designates a head for POPA purposes, requires the establishment of a personal information bank directory, and mandates creation of a privacy management program as required under the new legislation and regulation. These bylaws are required for compliance with the province's new statutory framework and will replace the former Fort bylaw, Bylaw 19042, which will be repealed under Bylaw 25-033. The VoIP Act has been replaced, as I had said, so the new Access to Information Act designates the CAO as the head under the ATIA. It also allows the CAO to designate responsibilities except for that power to designate further. It's my understanding that the CAO will be designating myself. It establishes that fees charged for ATIA requests must comply with Provincial Access to Information Act regulation. Bylaws 25034, the Protection of Privacy Act bylaw, also designates the CAO as the head of the bylaw for POPA purposes, requires the county to establish and maintain a directory of personal information banks, and requires a privacy management program as mandated under POPA and the Ministerial Regulation AR 143/2025. This particular bylaw also allows the CAO to designate a staff member as the privacy officer. So personal information bank, a PIB, is a collection of personal information that is organized and retrievable by an individual's name or identifying number, symbol, or other unique identifier, example, employee number, account number, or customer ID. POPA requires municipalities to identify, document, and publish all PIBs in a formal directory. A privacy management program must include documented policies, procedures, designation of a privacy officer, security classification system and safeguards, privacy incident, breach management and complaint procedures, staff training and awareness, regular review and governance, accountability framework, privacy by design and data use rules, including non-personal data automated systems, and then also timing and implementation deadlines. Both of those documents will be coming to council in the new year once I figure out what that all has to entail. So the recommendation is all three readings of both bylaws.
Thank you very much, Candace.
Welcome.
Questions? How would you like to proceed? John?
I'm happy move that bylaw 25-033, Access to Information Act bylaw be read a first time.
Thank you, John. John has moved that bylaw 25-033, Access to Information Act bylaw be read for a first time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Second. Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that bylaw 25-033, Access to Information Act bylaw be read a second time.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved that bylaw 25-033, Access to Information Act bylaw be read for a second time. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And consideration. Go ahead, Kevin. Or, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Matter, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that never mind. I'd move that council consider third reading of bylaw 25-033, Access to Information Act bylaw.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin has moved that council consider third reading of bylaw 25-033, Access to Information Act bylaw. Just for clarification, Councillor Sayers is no longer in the meeting. He is signed off for the day, so it will just be the group that is in the room voting. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Third. Warren.
I would move that the bylaw 25-034, Protection and Privacy Act bylaw be
We'll
read
do
for the third.
One more third, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so just move up one line, Lauren.
Oh, sorry,
That's okay.
reading the wrong one. Bylaw 25-033 be read for the third time.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved the bylaw 25-033, Access to Information Act bylaw be read for a third time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And then moving on to the second. Go ahead, Lauren.
I would move that bylaw 25-034, Protection and Privacy Act bylaw, be read for a first time.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved the bylaw 25-034, Protection of Privacy Act bylaw be read for a first time. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. John?
Move that bylaw 25-034, Protection of Privacy Act bylaw be read a second time.
Thank you, John. John has moved the bylaw 25-034, Protection of Privacy Act bylaw be read for a second time. Any discussion? I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Eric?
I'd like to move that council consider third reading of bylaw 25-034, Protection of Privacy Act bylaw.
Thank you, Eric. Eric's moved the council consider the third reading of bylaw 25-034, Protection of Privacy Act bylaw. Discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that bylaw 25-034, Protection of Privacy Act bylaw be read a third time.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin has moved the bylaw 25-034, Protection of Privacy Act bylaw be read for a third time. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, Candace.
The next bylaw we're bringing forward is bylaw 25-035, which introduces the updated schedule of fees bylaw for Lethbridge County, which will be effective January 1st, 2026, and will rescind the previous bylaw 25-001. The adoption of bylaw 25-035 introduces a revised schedule. It was circulated to staff, and staff brought back their suggested changes. Some of the key differences include in planning and development, it's just the layout of the planning and development section was changed. It's much more easy to follow and read now. And then demolition fees were increased from $50 to $100. In administration, the assessment review board complaints for non-residential properties was increased from $350 to $650 to be in more alignment with what other municipalities are charging for non-residential complaints. The NSF check charge was just renamed to returned or dishonored payments charge. For fire services, section 1A and 9A were just amended to reflect fees being charged for with respect to the current fire services agreement rather than what it had specifics in it before. And then the public works section, they changed the custom work section, amended to read custom work performed by Lethbridge County for intermunicipal government agencies, water co-ops, and Lethbridge Regional Waste Management Commission or other third parties. Fees shall be calculated using the current Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association Equipment Rental Rates Guide. The ARHCA rate in effect on the date of service will apply, including any related costs such as mobilization materials or standby time. And then the community aggregate payment levy was increased from 30 cents to 33 cents per ton.
Thank you, Candace.
We are recommending all three readings of this bylaw as well.
Thank you, Candace. I would open it up to council for any discussion or questions you might have regarding the schedule of fees. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't find it right exactly now, but there was a part in there about road allowance license, and there's a price per acre. Does that reflect what we passed with our undeveloped road allowance this morning?
Okay, so thanks, Councillor Van Essen, through the chair. So the license categories will not be used by administration based on the fact that we rescinded the license program today prior. So what will apply for road allowances is the sign fee. So that is $50 in the schedule of fees. But because no one's entering a license anymore, they won't face those fees.
Thank you.
Other questions? How would you like to proceed? John?
I'd like to move that bylaw 25-035, the 2026 schedule of fees bylaw be read a first time.
Thank you, John. John has moved the bylaw 25-035, the 2026 schedule of fees bylaw be read for a first time. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Second? Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that bylaw 25-035, 2026 schedule of fees bylaw be read a second time.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin has moved the bylaw 25-035, the 2026 schedule of fees bylaw be read for a second time. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Consideration. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that council consider third reading of bylaw 25-035, the 2026 schedule of fees bylaw.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved the council consider third reading of bylaw 25-035, the 2026 schedule of fees bylaw. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And third reading. Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that bylaw 25-035, 2026 schedule of fees bylaw be read for a third time.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved the bylaw 25-035, the 2026 schedule of fees bylaw be read for a third time. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Thanks, Candace. F4.6, bylaw 25-036, the 2026 utility rate bylaw.
Thank you, Council. We've got the proposed 2026 utility rate bylaw for you for consideration. I'll go through some of the noted changes within the bylaw, but just in general, of course, we have the increase to our water rates as per the City of Lethbridge. Proposed water rates increases, so we've adjusted our rates to align with our potable water services provider rates. And they also increased the wastewater rates by 6%, which affects the Rave Industrial Park and the hamlet of Fairview. So the Rave Industrial Park currently has a per cubic meter basis on wastewater based on water consumption. That's the 6% increase on a per cubic meter basis, and a 3% increase to the flat fees for Fairview because there is no cubic meter charge. It is a flat fee. So that 3% represents the per cubic meter basis because within that flat fee there are other administrative charges in there. So we kind of broke that out and applied those rates. So within the bylaw itself, and apologies I didn't red mark this for you, so I will go through the changes with you. Notably in section 7A through I, you'll see some of those rates change from the last bylaw. So for example, 7A, residential service, the existing rate is $1.76 and the proposed rate is $2.65. That 50% fee is applicable to most of these rates. We did, however, exclude a couple, notably the Broxburn Industrial Park currently has a rate of $8.81. We do want to look into that further because we felt a 50% increase on that rate is excessive, and we want to investigate that further in the new year as part of a broader holistic review of the utility rates, and the same goes for the truck fill sites at $4.75. We left that flat as well as we felt applying a 50% increase to that would be probably not appropriate, and that'll be part of that review process as well next year to review all these rates, see what we're getting for capital recovery, make sure we're covering our operating costs, and obviously the purchase of water as well. And as you'll see under section 9 as well, our wastewater service charge has been updated for Fairview, as I mentioned before, from $91 to $94 for residential, and $103 for commercial to $106, and then the Rave Industrial Park going from $1.70 to $8.80. So that is basically the highlighted revisions to the utility services, the utility rates bylaw. And as I said, this is mainly a reflection of the changes in rates that the City of Lethbridge is proposing to adopt as of January 1, 2026.
Thank you, Devin. With that, I know we've spoken to the changes in rates. That was pending a bylaw being read, is that correct?
Correct.
And that hasn't happened to this point in time?
I would have to double check. I'm not sure. Trevor, are you aware if they passed the second and third? Okay. Let's go ahead. Thank you.
Yep, go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stub-in charges for Monarch, what are those? That's different than the local improvement repayment? Or could you explain those two?
Correct, yeah. So there's a flat fee stub-in charge for Monarch plus that $37.17 per month dating back to January 2005. So that pays for infrastructure that was provided to the hamlet back in 2005. And those who did not have a service provided at the time have an option in the future, but they need to basically pay back for that work that was completed in the past. So that's what those two charges are referring to.
Thank you.
Other questions? Up to council, how you'd like to. Go ahead.
Well, I think that it's fairly inevitable that we will get the official notification of the increase from the city. So I would like to move the bylaw 25-036, the 2026 utility rate bylaw be read a first time.
Thank you, John. John has moved the bylaw 25-036, the 2026 utility rate bylaw be read for a first time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Second, Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that bylaw 25-036, 2026 utility rate bylaw be read a second time.
Kevin has moved that bylaw 25-036, the 2026 utility rate bylaw be read for a second time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Consideration? Go, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the council consider third reading of bylaw 25-036, the 2026 utility rate bylaw.
Thank you, John. John has moved that council consider third reading of bylaw 25-036, the 2026 utility rate bylaw. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And third reading. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that bylaw 25-036, the 2026 utility rate bylaw be read a third time.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved the bylaw 25-036, the 2026 utility rate bylaw be read for a third time. Discussion, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.
Thank you. Confirmation the city passed their bylaw. So
Okay.
thank you, council.
Thanks, Devin. Correspondence. We have several pieces of correspondence today. First off, it's from the University of Lethbridge. University of Lethbridge is endeavoring for a new four-year engineering degree to be housed at the university. I personally may have jumped the gun on this a little bit. We did get this letter of support a couple weeks ago. In the interim, the university and the Polytechnic were able to secure a meeting with the Minister of Advanced Education, and they asked if we would join that meeting. I was hopeful that we would provide this letter of support, but in the interim, I did join the call and just commend the Polytechnic and the university for their work that they've done on really strengthening that relationship and advocating to have more learning opportunities here in Southern Alberta. And much like the rural medical school, the thought is that the more people that we can train in Southern Alberta, the more people will stay in Southern Alberta. So there is a letter here from Dina McMartin at the university, and I know that Trevor has already drafted a letter of support for council should they consider supporting this. I personally obviously think there's great value in this, but if there is an appetite, I would entertain a motion to provide a letter of support. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I happily move that County Council direct a letter of support for this four-year engineering degree to be signed by the Reeve and forwarded to the University of Lethbridge.
Thank you, John. Is there any discussion on that motion? Not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Number 2, Rotary Club of Lethbridge East $10,000 Agriculture Scholarship Program. Before you, you have the sponsorship opportunities associated with the scholarship program. And I believe there's also, yes, the first attachment is a letter. I know that the Rotary has approached the county in the past. In the past, we have indicated that we do have our own bursary program, and therefore we were not in favor of supporting at the time, but obviously always open to discussion and direction as how you would like to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've spoken about this in the past, and I strongly support what the Rotary Club is doing with their sponsorship and encourage them to continue to do that. And it aligns very nicely with what we do, and we work in conjunction with our sponsorship. I don't see this fitting within our alignment to actually contribute towards it, because we are doing a parallel program, but I strongly support what they're doing and hope it continues.
Thank you, John. Any other thoughts on that? Okay, thank you. Item 3, for our veterans Colehurst. You have a letter, request for raffle prize silent auction. Letter is in your package. For our veterans Colehurst is a not-for-profit organization, charitable organization that was recently started by residents Lonnie, Ryan, Dan, and Tanya to assist our local veterans in need. The motto is "They stood up for us, let's stand up for them." By having this event, we hope to be able to alleviate some of the stress that our veterans live with daily. They are having a New Year Eve formal gala fundraising event taking place on December 31st at the Colehurst Community Center. 100% of the proceeds will be going to Alta Veterans Organization. The event will consist of a buffet dinner, door prizes, rap music, music supplied by Jackie French, and time bandits, plus a midnight champagne lunch. So you have that letter before you, and the request. Any comments, discussion on that one? Seeing none, I'll move on. Item 4, Southern Alberta Group for the Environment, the Palliser Airshed. Again, you have a letter before you. The Alberta Airsheds Council has been building a network to monitor air quality, including nitrogen oxides, typically from engine combustion, sulfur dioxides from flaring of natural gas, ground level ozone, and fine particulate matter less than 2.5 micrometers. These common air pollutants are known to harm human health, exacerbating asthma and cardiovascular diseases. The Air Quality Health Index, based on these indicators rates the level of risk and the need to take precautions during extreme air quality events like wildfire smoke. It is an important source of information. I will not read the entirety of the letter. At the end, the City of Lethbridge and Lethbridge County consider becoming a participating partner in the Palliser Airshed Society. We'd be pleased to make a presentation on the importance of joining the Palliser Airshed Society and answer questions at your convenience. Any thoughts or direction emanating from this letter? Seeing none, I'll move on. Item 5, this is another letter of support. As you can see, there's a letter addressed to Trevor. They're endeavoring to modernize the center core at Lethbridge Polytechnic. This is again asking for a letter of support. Trevor has again drafted a letter, draft letter, if council was so inclined. Is there anything you want to add on this, Trevor? Yep, so you have the letter there, and like I said, there is a draft support letter there, if there is an appetite to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it still relevant as the request was for December 3rd? Yeah, okay. Then I'd like to make a motion to direct letter of support to be sent out as requested.
Thank you, Eric. Any discussion on that? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And number 6, Lethbridge Chamber of Commerce. Dear Lethbridge County, on behalf of the Lethbridge Chamber of Commerce, thank you for renewing your membership. Your continued involvement is a vital part of what makes Chamber strong, effective, and deeply rooted in the success of our local business community. Fast forward to the end. We are genuinely grateful for your trust in us and your decision to continue this partnership. This coming year holds exciting potential. We look forward to walking alongside you, advocating, connecting, and creating impact together. So yeah, there's that and the membership certificate of membership. And that brings us to the end of our response. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Does anybody attend on our membership at the Lethbridge Chamber of Commerce?
I don't believe we have a formal, like, appointee to that board, and I don't believe that anyone does regularly attend. Is that fair? We would attend, we get invitations to chamber-sponsored events. I would say I probably attend a handful of those during the year, but.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you. We did have representation at one time, but when they designed their board, they cut it down, way down on most community organizations, and the city didn't even get an invite back.
Okay, anything else on correspondence? If not, we can move down, our county council and committee updates. Start Division 1, Councilor Lauren Hickey. Lauren.
Thank you. October the 1st, I had the FCSS board meeting. The second was Lethbridge County Council. And the 6th, the evening of the 6th, was the Doctor Recruitment Committee in Picture Butte. And the 7th and the 8th was the Southern Region ASB Conference in Medicine Hat. And the 9th, Stock Talk Initiative. The 16th, Lethbridge County Council. 22nd, Green Acres Finance. 29th, Green Acres Board. And the 31st, Lethbridge County Organizational Meeting.
Thank you, Lauren. October 2nd, County Council. The 9th, Stock Talk Initiative. 15th, EDL Board Meeting. 16th, County Council Meeting. 31st, Lethbridge County Organizational Meeting. I'll read Mark's as well. October 2nd, Lethbridge County Council. 9th, Stock Talk Initiative. 16th, Lethbridge County Council Meeting. And the 31st, the Lethbridge County Organizational Meeting. Division 4, Deputy Reeve Curvis. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On October 6th, I had a telephone interview with Southgrow. October 7th, Lethbridge Regional Waste Commission meeting. October 7th as well, I had a weekly meeting with Community Futures Executive Director. October 7th and 8th, South Region ASB conference that was held in Cypress Hills at a very unique facility. October 9th, we had the Stock Talk Initiative, and if I could just chime in on that and offer my appreciation for Intensive Livestock Association to come meet with us. I felt that it was a valuable discussion, and we found some common ground and some, I think, hopefully an ally in moving forward on solving mutual solutions. On October 14th, a weekly meeting with Community Futures Executive Director. October 16th, our regular council meeting. October 21st, my weekly meeting with the Community Futures Executive Director. October 23rd, I attended the Lethbridge Chamber of Commerce Awards celebration and presented the award on behalf of Community Futures, because I'm the chair there, to the Business of the Year Award, which was Westco Construction. And of note, they've done a pretty significant project within the county. They were the individuals that did the El Dorado RV new building. So if you ever have a chance to tour that building, take a look at it. It's quite a nice facility. 28th was one of my weekly meetings with Community Futures Executive Director, and October 31st, Lethbridge County Organizational Meeting.
Thank you, John. Division 5, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. October 2nd, Lethbridge County Council meeting, and October 31st, Lethbridge County Organizational meeting.
Division 6.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Very busy month. October 31st, Lethbridge County Organizational meeting.
Thank you, Eric. And the same for Councillor Ankerman. October 31st, Lethbridge County Organizational meeting. Brings us to the end of our council updates. Is there anything else to be dealt with in our public meeting at this point in time? If not, we do have 2 items proposed for closed session under sections 19 and section 19. disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party. Is there an appetite? I would entertain a motion to enter closed session. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we move to a closed session.
Thank you, John. John has moved to enter a closed session at 12:47 this afternoon. Is there any discussion? No, I'll call a question. Those in favor? discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Coming out of closed session, on item 1, community group insurance, we have a motion stemming from that conversation. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that council direct administration to develop a list of non-owned buildings that should be removed from the county's insurance policy and take the necessary steps to end insurance coverage at the end of the current insurance year, and further that administration engage with impacted community groups or building owners to develop a transition plan.
Any discussion on that motion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And item 2, potable water. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that County Council approve administration to proceed with the acquisition of assets to allow for future development of Lethbridge County, up to $1.65 million funded from the utility reserve.
Thank you, Eric. Is there any discussion on that proposed motion? If not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Is there anything else to be covered in today's meeting? John?
Move to adjourn.
John has moved to adjourn at 1:35 p.m. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried.